good evening. I hope y'all like our new intro. I feel like we need a little something extra. Welcome to the City Council regular meeting, April 13, 2026, called to order at 6:01. Madam Clerk, would you please give us a roll call?
Yes, ma'am. Mayor Sarter,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Miller,
Present.
Councilmember Alfred Dixon, Councilmember Messick, Councilmember Kearney,
Here.
Councilmember Cameron Dixon, and Councilmember Fox.
Present.
Let the record reflect that absent is Councilmember Alfred Dixon, Councilmember Messick, and Councilmember Cameron Dixon. However, we do have a quorum.
Thank you so very much. At this time, we'll have our invocation by Pastor Vincent Letterman from First Baptist Church of Jonesboro. Hey, Pastor.
Well, thank you for having me, Dr. Sorter and council in the city of Jonesboro. It's been a pleasure. As Mayor Sorter stated, I'm happy to serve at First Baptist Jonesboro as the Recreation Outreach Pastor. So we're right down the street at The Rock. Thank you for having me. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we come before you today with gratitude for the opportunity to serve our community. Please grant wisdom to these leaders as they make decisions. We ask that there's clarity in their discussions and unity in their purpose. Help them to act with integrity, fairness, and compassion for all the people they represent. And may their work promote peace, justice, and the common good. Guide this meeting and all that is done here today. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pastor. This time, we'll stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Council, we have an agenda before you. I would like to add an item to Mayor's presentation, a sponsorship presentation right prior to the one that's listed. And Madam Clerk, did you have some additional?
We would like to add financial report by our finance director, and that would go, it's not really a new business, it's on.
Let's list it right above economic development, right after economic development.
Oh, okay,
And from now on, it'll just be a subheading.
yes.
Mayor?
Okay, hold on one second.
Okay.
Was there, Mr. Hurd, was there something that we were adding?
We have it on the amended agenda.
Okay, you do. Okay,
whichever one
perfect.
has
Thank you.
received.
Yes, Councilwoman Kearney?
Since Councilman Alfred Dixon isn't here yet, I was wondering if we could move all of his, items to at the bottom of whatever section, like old business, like move A to, like move up, I'm sorry, the forensic audit updates and move, the jet program to C, and then the Runsboro, Georgia 5K to D, if he's able to present on them, and then if necessary, move underneath new business, the JYCG resolution protocol to C, and the community stroll event to D.
Okay, I don't think we'll need him for the community strolley bit. Attorney Wiley, to prevent from doing an alphabet shuffle, if he's not here when that item comes up, can we table it to later on in the agenda? Or is it best to shift them? Because I don't want to shift them all around and he still doesn't come. Has anybody talked to him?
No.
He tried calling, but I just haven't been able to answer.
Okay, so what would be your recommendation?
Either option is available.
Okay, well, we'll just wait then.
Yeah,
I
we'll
just wanted
wait,
to
and
make
then,
sure.
then we can definitely, at that time, when he comes up, table to the lower and shift. And then we'll make a note with the, are there any other additions? Again, so the only said changes would be the addition of a sponsorship presentation up on the mayor's presentation prior to the one that's listed. If there's no, and adding the financial report after our economic development report. At this time, I entertain a motion to accept the agenda.
So made.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Thank you so much. At this time, Dr. Garcia with Injury to Wellness and his entire team is here. Dr. Garcia is one of our huge supporters over the last 4 or 5 years, and so we always give him the opportunity. He likes to bring his treats and his gifts to City Council. So So again, Dr. Garcia said immediately he will sponsor our Juneteenth celebration. And Dr. Garcia, I'm gonna give you a few minutes and then I'm gonna step down and take a picture with you all.
I love it. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. I'm sorry I don't see my Dixons, my brothers. I don't see them here, but I'm happy to be here. And for everybody that's participating, I do have my directors of Injury to Wellness Centers. We're all chiropractors, in case you're wondering. Dr. Tran, Dr. Santos, Dr. Dukes, and Christian, my Chief Operations Officer. We're here because we are in support of the City of Jonesboro, our wonderful mayor, City Council, and the residents that are here. We take care of a lot of patients in the area, and so we are giving back today $10,000 to
Thank
be
you.
allocated for your Juneteenth celebration. And and honestly, if you wanted to use it for other stuff too, that's fine.
Thank you.
But we are definitely supporting, and so we just came to present you with this lovely check today. This is the one for the picture, and I got the real one here. You can tell me who it is.
Taylor will take that. And Dr. Garcia, you didn't tell him who your favorite patient was.
Well, we have a lot of favorite patients, but HIPAA does. Oh, I
Okay.
have permission. So the mayor is a patient, and she
There you
needs
go.
to come in more,
Yes, I
like
do.
most people do, and take care of their spines. We promote health, wellness, vitality of the spine. Of course, everybody knows to go to the dentist because we want to take good care of our teeth. Well, we all have 24 vertebrae, which look like teeth actually a little bit too, and they can use some attention now and again. So come and see us. We're happy to take care of you. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, everybody. Yes, you can take a picture. You want to hold the check? And then, if I can get one of my own. Thank you. Thank you. This is great. Thank you. One more. And also, just a thank you also for adding us to the agenda today. I really appreciate that and letting us go first. Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye now. Thank you.
I should have stayed down there.
Oh, that way, okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, perfect. At this time, we have another special presentation. The cat kind of got out the bag, but we weren't supposed to officially announce it until last Friday. I'm sorry. It was me, Taylor. It was me. We did good. Okay, cool. So last Friday, I was in Washington, D.C. with the African American Mayors Association, where we officially accepted our $125,000 grant for the Nutrition Access, Affordability, and Education Grant Program that's hosted by, which is in partnership with the American Beverage Foundation for a Healthy America. We're going to play a quick video that they did for us, which was pretty amazing. And then we have our partners with the Salvation Army that are here, and I would like to acknowledge them because this was truly a partnership. And then just talk a little bit about how we got the grant. I would say that we wrote the grant for $75,000. It was such a great grant that they included us with the mid-sized city and awarded us $125,000. So it's pretty exciting. All right, Taylor, we're ready. Jonesboro is a great city for probably the reasons that people wouldn't think it is. We're small but mighty. We're also a county seat, so during the day our city swells to about 30,000 where people come to work, go to school, and often to play. Since we're located just 20 miles south of Atlanta, people often come here as a tourist attraction, particularly to see Stately Oaks, the replica from Gone with the Wind. We have 3 really, really nice parks, walking trails, and then we're also steeped in such great history. And what I have to do is marry this past with progressiveness. One of the things that we were able to do is change the name of some of our streets that really point to the Old South. And so we changed White Line, which was indicated a road of segregation, to Star Drive, and that meant a lot for our entire community. As great as Jonesboro is, we still have our challenges. And so as a mayor, I wanted to look at those things that would make my community better. And I realized that we lived in a food desert. We had already been collaborating with our local Salvation Army Corps, so this was a great opportunity for us to partner and launch the Client Choice Community Pantry.
The food pantry here at the Jonesboro Corps has been a staple of this community for decades, and it is important to the community members that they have access to nutritional food items that otherwise they might not be able to have at this point. And for the most part, they have to make tough choices, and they're struggling with their food cost as well. So that's one thing the Salvation Army can do by providing nutritious food to them that they can now take home and serve to their families. So in the current model, when the client comes in, everything is prepackaged for them in a bag. Our client-centric model is going to be more dignified for our shoppers to come in. They'll feel like they are at a small bodega or shopping center to get the items that their family actually eats. This partnership with the mayor's office is going to allow us to do so much more than we've been able to do. And we know that the residents of Jonesboro are going to greatly benefit from this program.
I am incredibly grateful to the American Beverage Foundation for a Healthy America and the African American Mayors Association for helping us do this work for a better quality of life for our community. Thank you. So let me tell you a little bit about the grant. We had reached out to the Salvation Army Church even before we heard of this grant, and we were, just because it's important for me as mayor, that when we have entities in the city that serve our community, not just the city of Jonesboro, but every citizen, even outside the community, that we build relationships. So they invited us over, and they gave us a tour, and I didn't know they had what I would consider a dry pantry. So you saw the pantry there, but all the foods have to be non-perishable, and so they store them there. And I think once a week, they have a food twice a week. Citizens come there, but we're limited. They're limited now. Because again, it has to be dry pantry, and oftentimes we do get donations such as milk, egg, meats, and things like that. They've called up here to donate things, but we don't have the facility. So while I was talking to them, Carolyn was there, who's there. I'm probably not. You saw her in the video. I think I call it their grant writer, but I think she does some other things. And I said, sometimes grants come available, and we should partner. And then lo and behold, I think like 3 weeks later, we called and was like, hey, a grant came available. So I do want to acknowledge also Taylor. Taylor actually worked really hard and worked with Carolyn, and I would just simply say up under my guidance, but they really got into the nitty gritty and wrote this outstanding grant. Again, we wrote it for the small cities category for $75,000, and we were actually awarded the mid-size amount of $125,000 because they appreciated the partnership, that we were supplementing something that was already in the community and served everyone. When we wrote the grant, it has nothing in there about a specific population. So black, white, Hispanic, rich, poor, this grant will serve anyone that's in need. And I want to be clear with that. This grant serves everyone that is in need. And so through this partnership, we're going to be able to add refrigeration. We want to make it look kind of commercial. So I believe you provide service with dignity. Also, we see LTI here. LTI stepped up, and they're going to provide us a piece of equipment where we were so excited to see that I have some branding on it, and I have our register, so that when they come in and experience this, the whole idea is a community choice. So a lot of times we'll have food distributions, and there's nothing wrong with the food distributions that we do when we hand out boxes. But they'll come in and get a chance to do some shopping. And we don't take for granted that everyone has the opportunity to actually shop for themselves. Another key aspect of this, we have funding for a nutritionist that will be there monthly to help support people that have chronic illnesses such as diabetes, high blood pressure, and just talk to them about some healthy choices and maybe some things they need to add to the buggy and maybe some things they need to take out the buggy. And that'll be a service that we add. We're hoping that years to come, we'll be able to sustain this through other partnerships. And there's so many grants out there that don't want to start up. They want to continue. So we're so grateful to the American Beverage Company. And while we were there, Taylor and I got a chance to visit and speak with them. And so when we do our grand opening, they're going to come, and they're super excited for this work. Without further ado, I would like to invite Ariam, I hope I'm pronouncing it correct, and Carolyn, if you all would come forth, and I want to give you all a few minutes, and I do want to do a small presentation with them because partnership is so very, very important. And I'm just excited about this. So let me just give my shameless plug. If there's any electricians or plumbers that would like to donate their services, we got a lot of work to do. And what we're trying to do is stretch the funds that we have and not spend it on infrastructure so much. So Carolyn, we flip the mic back, and that way you can talk to the audience, and I'll come down.
I'll flip it for you. Good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you so much. It truly has been a pleasure throughout the whole process, and we are super excited to get started on this project, hopefully within 5 to 6 months, we'll be opening up, maybe sooner.
Check's already in the bank, we can add that.
We just have to get through a few construction items, and then we'll be ready to go. The food pantry will be open during the process, so it will not shut down. And as the mayor said, we're here to serve everybody in the community. And so this is really a big deal, and we're super excited to be partners. It's been a pleasure. And this is our officer at the...
I'm Surgeon Ariam Kidane, and I'm the officer or core administrator here with my husband at the Jonesboro Core. We're right down the street, and we made a beautiful relationship with our city hall here, and we got this grant, and we're very thankful. I have always said, since I came to Jonesboro, Jonesboro is ready to change. It has gone through enough and it's ready to change. And I'm glad we united. This is a symbol of us uniting, so the whole city to come up and to unite. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And ladies, I believe in giving our flowers, and y'all, they have been a tremendous support. We could not have done this, so just a small token of our appreciation as a symbol of our continued relationship with the Salvation Army Corps. You all are so deserving, and again, we're so grateful that you all were willing to partner with us, and looking forward to great things. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
At this time, we have one proclamation, and because we're going to just accept it on behalf of the city. You gave it to me. Here it is. Next week is Georgia Cities Week. Georgia Cities Week is April 20th through the 25th. This is sponsored by the Georgia Municipal Association, and it's a celebration across cities, all 536 cities across Georgia. And it's basically an opportunity to celebrate your city, highlight the great things that you're doing, have different events. It looks all different kind of ways. Actually, our Georgia Cities Week participation was used in this year's toolkit. I think Blue found it for me, or I shared it with him. So we were used as kind of like a spotlight of how cities are doing Georgia Cities Week. So this year, we're not going full scale only because we're really wanting to celebrate America 250. So we've kind of toned down just a little bit. But on Monday, April 20th, we'll have our ice cream and bingo social on the Green by Nouveau Broad Street. That'll be that evening from, is it 6 to 8? 6 to 8? No. And yes? Okay. And then on that Wednesday, the 22nd, we'll be opening our puppy park, our dog park right here in Lee Street. And so we're giving away, bring your puppy, because we're giving away Jonesboro branded puppy gear. And we're going to have a puppy photo booth. So just bring your puppy by and you can get a picture. I see a lot of residents here that have puppies, so bring your picture and get into our puppy photo booth. I think that's it for Georgia Cities Week, but we'll be doing announcements all week on social media, so follow us on social media, Facebook and Instagram, and we'll also be highlighting some business. So we have a proclamation just saying that the Mayor of the City of Jonesboro, Mayor Pro Tem, and the City Council do hereby declare April 20th through the 25th of 2026 as Georgia Cities Week. Now, therefore, be it further resolved by the city, the mayor and city council, the city of Jonesboro, that the city of Jonesboro encourages all citizens, city government officials, and employees to do everything possible to ensure that the week is recognized and celebrated accordingly. It's resolved this 13th day of April 2026. Hope to see you all next week as we celebrate our beautiful city. Madam Clerk?
Yes. Public hearing and considerations, A.
Well, nope, I just want to let the records reflect that we have, did anybody sign in after we came up? Oh, okay, we got one person. I know we took it up a little early. If you would come up and, Chief, if you would just put it there so you can sign in after you talk. Perfect. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. How you doing, Mayor, Council?
Hi,
Watching the city grow, Jonesboro's grown, the Clayton County has grown overall. But as we grow, I just wanted to, I had some conversations with some schoolmates, classmates, neighborhood guys, and what's happening. I just wanted to bring something to your attention, or at least get your input on it. So it's hard to find people from Jonesboro and Clayton County now. We're rare. But for the people that were here, Jonesboro has changed in such a great way. But at the same time, you have to go back and look. I think we just lost Larry Taylor. He was one of the first people in 1968 that was incorporated with, not segregation, but when they brought everybody in
To the schools.
to the schools.
Yeah, he
in that
integrated the
68,
schools.
So integration in the school in 68. So from that point, he told us stories how hard it was and how crazy it was at that time. But we've grown since then. So from 70s, 80s, 90s, I graduated in the 90s here, and even growing up as a child, when we was in the neighborhood, we saw all the bikes in one house, we knew where everybody was at. Then when we got teenagers, we got licensed, we could drive and see where the car, if your car was parked there, I knew where you was at, we still get together. But as we got older, we got away from that. But what we started doing was having a neighborhood day. It used to be called Jonesboro Day, and it was over in the Star Drive neighborhood. But we've done that, and we've gotten away from that. So what I wanted to do, I've seen what Forest Park did with Rosewood Day, Rosetown Day, and they incorporated the city of Forest Park, and it's become so big and so nice. And I said, why don't we do something like that? And it could be a neighborhood day or Jonesboro Day where we incorporate the neighborhoods and the people that, that are from here, almost like a class reunion, almost, of the people that grew up here. It was one of the things, back in the day, if I got in trouble or if somebody saw you doing something, they're gonna handle it, and then they're also gonna call your parents and they're gonna handle it. So that's what we wanna get back to, just those days. So just one day of reflection to have a neighborhood, and maybe they'll get involved when you guys have stuff. They'll start volunteering and doing trash pickups and coming to the meetings. I just think it'll be a great incorporation to get some of the neighborhoods involved in their city.
I think that's a great idea, and I think somebody from one of the committees, so have them get back in touch with me, because we were thinking of doing that on one day, and that way everybody can be involved. And and if there's smaller micro events, like for certain areas and certain parts of town, that way no one feels excluded. But let's definitely talk. I definitely think spring, maybe fall.
We've done it.
I know,
What
when
we
is it?
normally do is the third weekend in August.
In August, that's what I
And
thought. Yeah.
it was right there at Arnold Park. We've
Yes.
done that for years. And the last 2 years it hadn't happened, so we wanted to see if that was opening. I see where Jeff Turner was trying to do something the last month, the 29th of August. But that 22nd of August would be great if we could,
Okay, and that's a county park, but we can definitely work with them and,
Okay.
and check with the chief and stuff. So if you,
I'm talking about Lee Street. I wanted to try.
oh, you want Leaf Street? Oh, okay.
Lee Street.
All right.
Time.
Yeah,
Definitely. I thought you
we're
said
gonna do it,
early.
let's do it.
Okay, I got you.
Because
So
what happens, Clayton County, a lot of the county comes out and celebrates that.
Okay.
Because we have neighboring cities that we all grew up and went to school with, played football and sports with.
I think we can come up with something for August.
Okay.
Maybe.
All right,
If
Will you reach
could-
out to me
I will.
so I know who to follow up with?
All right,
Thank you so much.
Sir, if you can state your name for the record and then pass me the sheet.
I'm James Henderson, 117 Watterson Street,
Thank you.
Jonesboro, Georgia.
Thank you so much.
Mhm.
I think there's no other public comment.
Okay.
Madam Clerk?
Yes, public hearing regarding alcohol pouring license application 26 ALC 001 to pour beer, wine, and distilled spirits at 7955 Tower Boulevard, Jonesboro, Georgia 30236. The legal business name is Sugar Bush Bar and Grill Sports Bar. Irene Waju has requested to be the licensed representative.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and citizens of the community. The item before you is a request for a change in the alcohol license holder for Sugar Bush Bar and Grill located at 7955 Tar Boulevard to allow the continued sale of beer, wine, and spirits under new ownership. The applicant has met all city requirements, and the Jonesboro Police Department's background investigation revealed no concerns or violations. Based on the review and compliance, the applicant's standards, staff recommends approval of the applicant's request.
Thank you so very much. Madam Clerk, I just want to show for the record that Alfred Dixon, Councilman Alfred Dixon and Cameron Dixon are joining us. Thank you so much. Good, right before we had any votes, perfect time. Is there anyone here to speak on that public hearing? Is anyone here to speak on that public hearing? I now consider that public hearing closed. At this time, I entertain a motion to approve the alcohol pouring license application number 26-ALC-001.
So made.
Did you hear the second?
Yes, Miller.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Thank you so much.
Letter B, public hearing regarding variance application 26 VAR 001 submitted by Max Coulton for properties located at 262 and 294 South Main Street. Parcels number 06032A B002, 06032A B002Z, and 06032A B006, Jonesboro, Georgia 30236. Within the MX Mixed-Use District and the Gateway South District. The properties consist of 29.14 plus or minus acres. The request seeks approval to allow encroachment into the required stream buffer to accommodate the proposed development.
Good evening again, Mayor, Council, and Jonesboro community. The item before you is a request to encroach in the stream buffer to allow covert crossing. The applicant previously received a conditional use approval in September 2024 with an updated approval in February 2026 to include additional parcels along with prior variances for architectural design and sidewalks. The applicant is requesting a variance to allow covert crossing to provide vehicular access and extended utilities to a portion of the site that will otherwise remain inaccessible. The site contains an existing creek that limits access, utilities, and overall site design due to stream buffer constraints. The requested variance would allow a covert crossing to provide access and service to portions of the site that will otherwise be inaccessible. An alternative plan avoiding the buffer was reviewed but will reduce the project by approximately 68 dwelling units. Staff notes the creek creates a significant design constraint affecting access, and the request is intended to facilitate the approved development rather than expand the use. And with that, staff is recommending approval of the applicant's request.
Is there anyone here to speak on that public hearing? Is anyone here to speak on that public hearing? If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve based on staff recommendation.
So made.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Thank you so much. Madam Clerk?
Letter A, under approval of the minutes, council to consider approval of the work session minutes dated March 2nd, 2026.
So you have a set of work session minutes. I reviewed them. I didn't see any corrections. Are there any corrections or modifications that need to be made? If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve the work session minutes dated 3/2/2026.
So move.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Thank you so much, council.
Letter B, council to consider approval of the regular council meeting minutes dated March 9th, 2026.
Council, there's a set of minutes. I hope you have had a chance to review them. I saw no additions or changes that need to be made. Council, were there any? If not, I entertain a motion to approve regular council meeting minutes dated 3/9/2026.
Motion to approve. Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Thank you so very much.
Letter consent agenda. We
Council,
have
we-
letters A through.
Okay. Council, we have 3 additions on the consent agenda. There is no motion to remove any. I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda with the 3 items listed.
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Mayor, I did just have some discussion in regards to some of the items on the consent. And it's in regards to the 5K. And of course, I fully support this event. Chairman Turner's been doing it for 11 years. The cause is great, supports the children in foster care. So I definitely appreciate all the work that's gone into it. Just wanted to get some clarity, around 5Ks in general.
Okay, Councilman A. Dixon, there's a motion on the floor to approve the consent agenda. So if your comments are asking that we retract that motion that you made, you can do so. Otherwise, I would entertain a motion to approve the 3 items that are listed and perhaps have another place, maybe when we get to your 5K to discuss. But at this point, the motion is to approve a consent agenda that you made. It was appropriately second. So, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Thank you so very much.
Old business, letter A, council to discuss Jonesboro Education Trust JET Pilot Program Initiative.
Yes, Mayor and Council, and appreciate you all allowing me to put this back on the agenda again today. We've been in conversation with Clayton County Public Schools, and it would be my request to table this agenda item for this evening and place it back on the agenda for the May City Council meeting, not the May work session, but the May City Council meeting.
We need to make a motion, or just table?
Oh, motion to table.
Yes.
Second.
There's a motion to table.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you so very much.
Letter B, council to discuss forensic audit updates.
Madam Mayor, Council, good evening. I would like to discuss this update after executive session.
During executive or after?
Well, I think if there's going to be a public discussion, it should come after executive session.
Okay. That'll be the
So
business
if
of
you
the
would-
executive session that will come out of it.
Yes, I don't want to
Okay.
say what we'll discuss, but yes, ma'am.
Are there any other further discussions on this side? Yes.
Are we able to ask questions?
I think it depends on the question.
It is my recommendation that we discuss this issue in executive session, and to what extent we want to have public discussion or comment, that'll be up to the majority of the council after executive session.
Okay, so we're gonna discuss it after, not in the executive session, but after.
Without giving way to what we discuss in executive session, I just will ask that this be moved and that you all determine whether to what extent there's going to be a public update after executive session, not during this open session.
Okay.
That is my request, Mayor and Council, that we move this. If we do have a public discussion, that occurs after executive session.
I guess I'm confused as to if we've been
Well, hold on a
discussing
second,
it-
hold on a second.
Oh, excuse me.
Council, Mayor Pro Tem. I'll come back.
So I guess my first thought would have been, should we have done that before we amended, when we were making the amendments? Do we now move that down? Because I don't want us to come out of executive session, it's the end of the night, we're ready to go, and then we forget to have the discussion about it if a discussion is needed. So how do we reflect what we just asked to happen in the agenda?
Well, as y'all know, in previous meetings, there have been questions of me about what do we do next legally? What's our next step legally? How do we handle this legally? Those are legal assessments and analysis that are not right for public discussion. My legal assessment and legal analysis and my legal advice on how to proceed is uniquely contained within the attorney-client privilege. And given what I think we need to discuss this evening, I think this needs to be moved. And I apologize for not making that recommendation at the beginning of the meeting. But I did talk to Councilwoman Fox about this, so this is not a surprise to her, because I told her that this issue probably will likely have to go into executive session.
Okay, well, it's
So,
a surprise for me, I just want to know how
So
do
what-
we make the agenda reflect?
so the agenda doesn't have to reflect it. Once we leave out, anyone can come out and make a motion for whatever needs to be discussed. So if we come out of executive session, we'll go back into regular session, and then you can say, I forgot the words that you can, pursuant to the discussion in the executive session, the following discussion, and then it can come out. I think.
Following discussion, because usually
Yeah.
when we do it, we do a vote, but we never
No,
open
no,
it
we
to a
can come
discussion.
back. Like, we could have went to executive session, came back and went through the whole agenda. So we can come back and agree to place it on discussion when it comes out. So we don't I can't adjourn the meeting without you all. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah. So I mean, I can't adjourn. I can't just say, let's just go. So if there's something on everybody's hearts and minds that needs to be spoken about, then we'll do it. And we've done it before. I can't think of, but we went back in and came back and had a discussion after we've gotten the legal advice on how we should proceed publicly.
All right, thank you.
All right. Yes.
So my question.
Councilwoman Fox.
My questions regarding the forensic audit, I guess, are not legal. It's more so contractual as to, do we have any additional information to the contract based on what we discussed last night as far as Attorney Dreyer just having some additional addendums or amendments added to it? Do we have that information now so that we're able to
I would like to
review?
discuss this in an executive session, if you don't mind. These are legal issues that I would prefer to discuss in an executive session. And if this is the majority will of this body, that those issues be discussed publicly, then we'll do so. but I am not at liberty to give legal advice or legal assessments on issues right now. You all know that after your vote last week, there has been a lot of post-meeting concerns and emails that raise legal issues, that require legal assessment, that go beyond just reciting the facts of what transactionally happened. You're asking, and particularly you, Councilwoman Fox, are asking questions that require me to give legal analysis, and I do not want to do that publicly. Now, if the majority of council votes to have attorney-client privilege information discussed in public, then you all can make that vote.
Okay, and I just want to make
would
sure
recommend that you
council is clear, because I clarified this with Attorney Wiley. What is discussed with her in regard to how, whether current litigation or no litigation, is a client attorney privilege? We can waive that, but we have to waive it in a vote. But I think in this case, waiving it may expose us to our ultimate plan in regard to moving forward. And I think once we get in the back and get a little guideline, we can come outside and just say it all. But
Right.
I would advise that we take the opportunity to speak with the attorney, honor our attorney-client privilege, and then if we so desire to waive it and come on out, then we're at the liberty to do so. Does that kind of help? Help you? No? Okay. Okay. Next on the agenda.
Letter C, council to consider approval of Runsboro GA 5K Community Run Walk event, including the use of Lee Street Park, temporary road closures along the designated 5K route, and coordinate with public safety agencies for traffic control and event operations.
Hey, good evening, Mayor and Council again. Runsboro GA 5K, Community 5K, was placed on the agenda last week, and I really appreciate the conversations and dialogue that we had surrounding that. From the mayor, council, staff, community members, I really thank you all. And through those discussions, we've aligned on moving the first annual Runsboro GA 5K to September 12th, as suggested in the last meeting. And it's just to ensure that we execute this the right way and achieve the outcomes that we are expecting for the city. So with that being said, I would just like to make a motion with council support that we approve the Runsboro GA 5K, including the route, street closures, along with the budget allocation of $1,600 from the community wellness line items to support this event.
Councilman Dixon, first, let me thank you. I think that'll be a perfect day. It's the day after 9/11, so I think we can find a way to to honor that day as well, so I appreciate that. So let's do two things. I'll entertain a motion for temporary road closures on September 12th for a 5K route, Runsboro, Georgia.
So much.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you so much. At this time, there has been a request for how much? Since we have some time, will you bring that budget before us next month for approval? I just want to know, like, just the budget. We got time, unless there's something you need to book before then. Okay, perfect. Do you mind? And you can talk to me before then, and we can get it. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you so very much. Next on the agenda.
Letter D, council to consider releasing a request for proposal for sanitation services.
Thank you so much. Mr. Hurd, oh, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council.
Good
So
evening.
before you is a request from the Department of Public Works to release a RFP for sanitation services. And I'm available for any questions that you may have.
Council, let me be clear before it's just the release of the RFP.
That is correct.
So the RFP is included in this packet.
Yes, ma'am.
It's a standard RFP. I think we made a few revisions on it, but I would like to release it, and then I work with Attorney Wiley for the length of time, appropriate time, to include a question day where we release it, then there's opportunity to ask questions, and then we'll have a final date. And we're in no hurry to do that, so I'm thinking, I just want to know what's routinely the time span, and we'll work with the attorney on that. From there, this does not mean that we're selecting sanitation, but I do feel it's worth seeing the options, seeing the cost analysis, and once it comes in, then I think the better discussion would be at that particular time, because we'll have numbers on what we're spending, trash truck replacement, and then be able to have a true comparison. It's really hard to do a comparison now when we don't know what the bids are gonna come in. So, Council, I would ask that, and we weren't even sure, do we have to do a vote for the RFP? I forgot.
You do not need a vote for an RFP.
Okay.
You have to have a vote to award it,
Okay,
but not
perfect.
to issue it. But if this is just informational.
Yes.
For council, if they have any questions about the contents. then
Okay,
it's
so this is
appropriate.
informational. We'll be releasing the RFP this week. Any questions, council?
I would like an
Any
opportunity.
questions, council?
Oh, excuse me. I would like an
Councilwoman-
opportunity.
Councilwoman Fox?
I would like an opportunity. Is there a way that we can engage the public? I received a lot of phone calls and text message. For whatever reason, they don't want the outside. Well, from the people that I have spoken to, they saw it on the agenda. They had concerns of having outside company come in to pick up the trash. Are we able to engage the public so that they understand, like they have an opportunity to ask questions themselves on why this may or may not be necessary, or you can answer their questions possibly?
So I think, again, it goes back to, we need to have true numbers. I don't want to say this benefits, I mean, we may look at the numbers and say it's just not financially feasible. So I think when we do get it, before we accept it, that we would open up public comment for anyone, but I feel like they need the facts. And right now, the only thing that we can give you is how much we pay and the burden that it is on the city.
And if you don't mind, Mayor, one of the reasons how this came about, currently there are only 7 individuals in Public Works. 3 of those individuals run sanitation. That's around 43% of our staff, so that's almost 50% of our staff. So you only have 4 people taking care of the entire city, so putting out this RFP and possibly being able to outsource it will help Public Works out a lot, and the citizens still get the same level of service.
We also have 1 CDL driver.
That's correct.
And when that gentleman is not available, then we end up doing double the work because we have to convert to the small truck. Our large truck also, do we have any, like, what's your estimated life on the large truck?
It's in bad shape.
Is the
It's in
AC
bad
currently
shape.
working right now?
Yes, it is.
It is working, okay, good, we got that.
But in the small truck, it doesn't work.
So again, council, while this RFP is out, that gives us a chance to put together some financial accurate numbers in regard to the landfill. We can also talk to our insurance company to see how this weighs on our insurance company, our policy. Just a number of other things. There's some other things that we can talk about so that no employee is displaced. That they have the opportunity perhaps to, we could add that to our RFP, that they have the opportunity to be first hired from that. We also can look at whether we want to pilot this for a smaller portion of our city. So there are a lot of options, but I think without us knowing what the current rate is and who would even consider this, we might get nobody say, no, we don't want to do Jonesboro's trash. We don't know. So council, it will go out next week. Yeah. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
I think just to, if possible, I'm not sure exactly who's over our social media currently, but I think a quick post just to let them know this is just something that we're considering. When we get more numbers, we'll have a date to come, for you to come out. That'll hopefully stop the calls and emails that you're receiving for now, Councilwoman Fox, and it will keep the residents in the loop because I have seen some people just asking some questions, and so I think whomever's over our social media, I think my request would be if we could just make a little post about it. You don't have to be in a video, it could just be words, it doesn't have to be, but just to let them know, just to provide some clarity.
Okay, and so we'll do that, when because the RFP will be posted as well.
Yes, ma'am.
So we'll make sure we do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next on the agenda.
Council to consider a resolution regarding the acceptance of a $125,000 grant from the American Beverage Foundation for a Healthy America Nutrition Access for Affordability and Education Grant Program, and approval of an MOU with the Salvation Army, Jonesboro Citadel Court.
Thank you so much, council. The first motion I would entertain is acceptance of the $125,000 grant. It got to us quicker than we thought it was. So Mrs. Karen can verify that the funds have been sent and that they're sitting in our grant account. So at this time, I will entertain a motion to approve the resolution regarding the acceptance of the $125,000 grant. Any discussion?
So in
Councilwoman Kearney.
Oh, Mayor?
Mhm.
In accepting the $125,000, is that us also kind of accepting, you know, the approval of the MOU as well? I'm just-
No, I needed to accept the funds because the funds drive the MOU.
Okay.
And so the funds are here. The MOU is between us and not contingent upon the grant. It's how we design the grant. So the MOU is written from the criteria spelled out in the grant.
Okay, thank you.
So at this time, and Attorney Wiley, are you trying to say something?
Well, I think, this vote does authorize the acceptance of the money and approval of the MOU. So it does do those two things.
So did I need to couple them? I did the acceptance because it was already in the account and I didn't want to send it back. So we didn't know it was coming, y'all. We didn't, literally, we got a call, like got $125,000 here.
Well, however, I just want to make the MOU, the terms of the MOU, we drafted it, I drafted it based upon what the grant requirement said, that whoever, the grantee gave us, the grantor gave us the grant based upon specific representation. So the MOU is consistent with the representations in the grant award, and so they sort of go hand in hand.
So would you like me to entertain a motion hand in hand or do the MOU first?
It's at your pleasure. If you accept you are accepting the grant award consistent with what was represented in the grant application, which is outlined in the MOU.
Okay, so who made that motion? Who made the motion? You did, Council? Would you retract your motion and I will entertain a motion and we'll have discussion. So if you don't agree with it, then you can do it in discussion. I'll entertain a motion for a resolution regarding the acceptance of the $125,000 grant from ABA, the Nutrition Access Affordability and Education Grant Program, as well as the approval of the Memorandum of Understanding with the Salvation Army Jonesboro Citadel Court, which is reflective of the criteria from the grantor. Is there a motion to accept?
I rescind my previous motion, and I make a motion to accept as previously stated.
Second.
All right, any discussion, council? Councilman Kearney?
Okay. Can there be any edits, you know, made to the MOU? I'm assuming, I'm asking this purposely, once we vote on it? Like, there are no changes that can be made or any amendments that can be made?
Any changes would probably cause, then we wouldn't get the grant. This was specifically, the MOU was clearly compared to the stipulations as provided by the grantor. So, I mean, it's skeletal. So is there something specific that you want to discuss now? Because once we accept, because then we're saying we accepting the fund with the.
Is this generally their MOU, like, that they give everyone else, or is this specific to Jonesboro?
It's specific to Jonesboro because no grant is like ours. So all of them are, so we created the MOU based on the grant. Yes, Attorney Wiley.
Mayor, I wrote the MOU. I drafted this from scratch based upon our grant award. And so it has been, if there are some changes, they will have to be consistent with whatever is in the grant award. And I don't know what those would be, but I drafted this specifically based upon the grant application. Probably verbatim, and I added some additional safeguards so that the city could be protected by requiring the Salvation Army to keep records and commit to honoring the obligation to use the money as the grant is intended to be used once the city makes the transfer of funds. But certainly if it's something that is consistent with the grant, Councilwoman Kearney, we can consider that.
And just also, we are the fiduciary agent for this grant. Am I correct, Attorney Wiley?
Yes.
And so the payments are subject to our current procurement process as well. So they will be provided with a copy as far as 3 quotes and all of that thing, all of those.
Alrighty.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Again, thank you all so very much, and we'll try to give quarterly reports as the development occurs. Next on the agenda?
Letter B, council to discuss resolution protocol regarding JYCG.
I guess, thanks, Mayor and Council. What you all have before you all today is a resolution that was issued by the JYCG in their March meeting. However, what's missing from the packet is the protocol that we created to guide how those resolutions are developed and presented. So with that being said, I would bring that protocol back before you all, but I would like for council to approve the resolution that's before us today to make it an actual legal binding document for the city of Jonesboro.
Okay, I would ask that next month that you bring it before it in a proper format as approved by our clerk for my signature, and we'll change some wording in it. I don't have a problem approving it, but I'm not going to approve something in this format. We have a standard format out of our clerk's office. So if you get with Ms. Druitt, because ultimately any resolution, she is the, what do you call it, the historical stewardess of all things. So there's a certain way and a certain protocol. So I had no idea that's what you were asking for. So if you would provide the information, typically we give her the information for the resolution. She formats it and does everything that she needs to do and brings it back for my signature. So can you provide that for, and we'll have it for May when we have the, because I'll sign it regardless of the protocol. I'm not opposed to it. There are some things I do want to speak with our local delegation, since this is going straight to the office of the governor, and just make sure that we're in the General Assembly that's out of session right now, to make sure that it's in alignment. Is there a motion or anything?
Well, gotcha. So, and just to be clear, so you would just like for me to bring this resolution back in the format that, in what format exactly?
Well, typically all resolutions go through the clerk and the attorney. Am I correct?
Yes.
Y'all speak up, so I'm
I
not
have
making
to
up.
test the signatures, and there's a format that we use, a template we use.
And the way resolutions have to be registered, like numbers and stuff like that.
Yes.
Attorney Wiley, do you want to speak to that?
Yes, Councilman Dixon, when do they meet next?
Next Monday.
So I think it probably would be good if the youth group did a resolution asking mayor and council to forward a resolution to the delegation. And then that way it'll be, that would be the hierarchy. So they are setting forth their position in their resolution, and they're asking the governing authority of the city of Jonesboro to support that and forward it up to the delegation. So there would be sort of two resolutions. The second one being the city of Jonesboro's resolution, agreeing, adopting, and supporting the JYC's resolution and sending it up. So it would be like an exhibit or an attachment to. And I think that might be the cleanest way to show that the group was asking the governing authority for that support, and then the governing authority then sending that up in support of your youth council group.
And I'll be at the meeting on next Monday to assure them that we are in support of all elements of it, and then they could come and be a part of it.
So that may work, and I can discuss it further with you before your next Monday meeting. But that may make it cleaner for the May meeting and the May resolution for the city clerk to sign.
So as with any resolution, we usually get a mock draft of the resolution as part of our packet, and so we
Yes.
don't have that, but it gives Madam Clerk a chance to do that. Councilwoman Fox.
Councilman Dixon, I'm sorry. Can you tell us, like, how this resolution came about and why the youth decided to do this?
Yes, so, pretty much in the resolution, it states supporting legislation to enact a statewide youth advisory council to advise the governor in Georgia General Assembly on youth issues. And this came from the Columbus Youth Council, which I love and appreciate the camaraderie that the youth have across the state, that they've been able to foster those relationships through GMA training. But this is something that other youth councils in the state of Georgia are getting behind. And I appreciate like I said, the student-led expression. We wasn't trying to make this, of course, we support the youth in all their endeavors, but, this resolution isn't a binding document for the city, if I may say. So just wanted to get some clarity and moving forward, just wanted to make sure we continue to empower our youth. So I appreciate, everyone's words here today.
So provide the protocol as well before next week, because I think what you just heard was appropriate protocol on how to get to the end. So you said you had a protocol provided to the clerk, before next week so that we can determine there's adoption of a protocol. I will tell you that we were actually in DC when this was posted, and I received several phone calls, and was actually, Mayor Pro Tem was with me, was with several mayors, and they indicated that their process and their Jonesboro Youth City their government forms were not able to do any resolutions without prior approval from the mayor. And that was Lovejoy and Stockbridge as well. So yes, we do need to set up a protocol. I
Yeah,
think
and
Attorney
that's-
Wiley and Madam Clerk just told us a nice protocol that we could follow, not just for this resolutions, but any subsequent resolutions that might be necessary from the governing body.
Right.
Councilman
No, and-
Dixon.
and, yeah, thank you for that. And I think we are absolutely on the same page. I think our intent, is to make sure that we're protecting the city,
Oh, yeah.
and at the same time making sure that we're protecting youth voices. So, and like I said, again, I appreciate the feedback.
Yeah, and again, I want to be clear for the record that we are in support of this. We just want to clarify protocol, and I think we're going about it a great way.
Mayor.
Councilwoman Kearney?
All right, so I just wanted some clarity on some things, because I don't know, it seems like the format of this protocol might be shifting. So my goal with the suggestions I had was basically just to make sure we're fully protecting the integrity of both the youth city governments program, but also our city's formal governance process. But I do want the youth to participate as well. So specifically, some questions I had. So you said there are cities that do this in Georgia as right now, and City of Columbus is one, or are there any others?
The city of Columbus brought this to us.
Okay, and they do it currently?
Yes.
Okay.
Wait a minute, let's clarify. Do what currently?
No, the city of
No,
Columbus.
I'm asking Councilman Kearney, do what?
Excuse me.
Do they currently
Make
do?
proclamations?
Yeah, so every city, the process for proclamation, and this wasn't a proclamation, that's the difference, this is a resolution. We're very clear on how we do proclamation. This was a resolution, that's what made it different. And so different cities have different means of doing resolutions based on the structure of their governing body. Would that be a correct assessment, Attorney Wiley?
Yes.
Because it may be that this would go through a city manager and a manager-council form of government. If this was a weak mayor form of government, then it will immediately come to the governing body. So Columbus, so this is not something, how can I say? They're appealing to the state government to create this advisory, which is good. I think Columbus, and I want him to clarify, started the ball rolling, and other ones have said, yes, we agree, yes, we agree. Lovejoy agreed, but it had to be finalized through the mayor. Stockbridge agreed, but it only came through their office with the wording. So I think our wording will attribute to it would be very clear in our wording of our resolution that our Jonesboro Youth City government believes blah, 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 blah in support, and that we're pushing their initiative. So I want to kind of be clear on that. Does that make sense to everybody?
Madam Mayor, and I will say that normally when something is sent to the state, even apart from this, usually when a local government wants the state legislature to take action on something, there's a resolution of mayor and council urging the delegation to support a change, a state law, or support something or veto something. So this is not uncommon. What the youth have done is consistent with how cities do it. The only thing I think is missing is that it doesn't have the imprimatur of the city sort of giving it extra weight. And so when it comes from the city saying we adopt this, we support our youth, we want this, and you send those two things together, I think it just adds extra weight to what the youth, to the voices that you're talking about. And I'm happy to help with the protocol and the adopted resolution. I'm happy to work with you and to get that language tweaked so that we can give the maximum voice to the youth.
And I also want to add, because our new council members may not be familiar with this, and Councilman Dixon helped me. Our delegation meets in September, August?
October.
I don't think it's that
November.
late. Somewhere in September, they will call us all up, and each
September.
city will talk about, what we want them to push in the upcoming legislative session. So we will give this to them prior, but proper protocol in the way that we've always worked when it comes to something that goes to the governors, we've always presented it to our delegation so that they are aware. So not that we have to wait till September, October, but I do feel like, and that's one of the things I wanted to get clarification on, and I wanted the opportunity to speak to the chairwoman of the Clayton County delegation, because there are other cities in that same delegation, but that's typically the courtesy that we give our delegation. But I would want to do it before our October and November meeting. And Councilman Dixon, you and I can do it together, but we talked to him, but I just feel like it'd be nice. Yes, Councilwoman
Mayor?
Green.
Okay, perfect. So specifically, some changes, and this is just based off, I know it's not in the packet, but the email that, you sent us regarding this item with the whole document. So I would like for you, you know, and I sent you this already, but clarify the scope of the topics, specifically adding language that limits the resolution from addressing any pending litigation or legal matters involving the city. I specifically want that because I don't want our youth city government getting, you know, mixed up in city business. Also personnel matters or individual employees. I don't want them, you know, handling personnel matters at all either, as well as active procurement or contracting decisions. I don't think they would, but RFPs are, you know, very important. A lot of people get sued when it comes to those things.
Is this
what? What's the problem?
Is this the, I'm confused, is this the resolution that you're talking about?
Yes, this
Or
is the
the
information that was
resolution
in-
protocol or the resolution itself?
The resolution protocol, the information that we were sent.
Oh, okay.
Like, I'm wanting to make sure this information is inside of the
Okay,
protocol.
but maybe I missed the protocol. Did the protocol get sent to us? Maybe I didn't print the whole packet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, he emailed it.
Oh,
This was-
okay.
I emailed it March 25th, and I re-emailed it last week.
Okay, we were out of town, so we didn't print. Okay, now that's why it's not connecting to me.
Are we planning on voting on this tonight? That's the only reason okay, well then.
We'll bring-
I'll-
Bring the protocol to the Monday meeting, so if you wanted to add stuff to it, it would be fine.
You got some time between then.
Okay,
All
so
right,
I'll resend it to you.
all right, thank you. Next on the agenda,
Letter C, council to discuss the community stroll social event.
we received the application, Ms. Worthington, we also received the fee, so I approve this to move forward, and Chief is working with her as far as appropriate street closure. I'm not sure why it came back to Jay, but that's right. Chief, have you been able to, oh, I thought he was coming back in. Chief, to the mic. Were you able to talk to B. Mari Events as far as the street closure that's requested?
So she did complete the application she sent over. That was received by City Hall. We still are finalizing some attendees to find out what the number of attendees is so we can nail down how many public safety officers will be needed for that event.
So the street closure is contingent upon the number of public safety, would you say that?
The street closure is
We can
going
go,
to be the same.
okay.
Yeah, the street closure.
But
will be
on the
same.
application, on the application, you all will handle the additional fees related to the public safety?
Yes,
Because there is additional fees for that.
that's correct.
Okay, so at this time, can you tell me the street that's closed for this?
It'll be Courthouse Way, a Courthouse Street, and
What we've done in the past?
North McDonald. Yeah.
Okay, council, I'll entertain a motion to approve street closure of Courthouse Way, on April 25th from 3 PM to 7 PM.
So made.
Second.
Any discussion?
Thank you
All in favor?
Just
Aye.
discussion wise, just thank you all.
Mayor,
Yeah.
if I may, the application said the street would need to be closed from 12 until 8 for the load-in time.
Okay, I'm looking at this one, from 12 to 8. That's what it's,
Load-in time till breakdown time. Yes.
okay, so I think the only caveat that I would want to have is that I do feel like what day of the week is this?
Saturday.
Saturday, okay. There needs to be, my recommendation would be that there's at least one paid officer of ours during that duration of time.
Yes, ma'am.
And I know there's liquor served and things like that, which
I'll
is fine.
communicate that
Okay,
to Ms. Scott.
okay, perfect. Just one. I mean, depending on the numbers. Okay, great.
And just, I guess, for discussion purposes, is that the standard? That's how it's been done previous years?
The standard, to be honest with you, we provided the officer, but now understanding the structure of it and wanting to not get in trouble gratuitous-wise, our recommendation that we'll close the street with no fees, but that the cost is encumbered upon the applicant.
And that's how most all events are unless it's a city-sponsored event.
Correct.
Okay, in the city. Say that again? That's what I was under the impression that the city was partnering with, Ben Marie's on this event.
I wasn't under that assumption.
Now, she submitted the application on her own and actually paid the fee.
Paid the fee and everything, so this is not a collaboration.
Okay, and that's the difference between this year and previous years.
Yes.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes, Mayor Pro Tem? I see.
I guess my only question, seeing the date of the event, is how does the current stipulation, what impacts would it have on the event? Is just something that you just communicate to her and she's like, okay, cool, or she have to come back up to Miss Maria and pay some more money? How does the paying for an officer, you having to find, how does that
That is
impact the
paid-
date?
Yeah, that would be paid through City Hall. Once she determines, because it's one officer for every 100 patrons. So,
And it's a public event, so we can't really determine how many are gonna be there, so we would kind of just be fair. And if we do it like we do any other applicant, and this is not specific to B. Mari at all, I'm just saying our protocol is, if the necessary fees are not paid by the close of business on Friday, is that what it is? Then it doesn't move forward for the weekend. And we've gotten pretty close to some people like coming in at 4:49 with a number of criteria. So we'll stipulate what is required. She has until 5 p.m. the day before. If she does not pay what is advised that we have, then the streets don't get closed. I don't foresee that being a problem, but that's what we do for every other applicant.
No, we typically give them a 2-week turnaround?
What you mean?
Like today's the
Well,
13th,
I-
the 25th?
when did she?
I just
I
wanna make
think
sure
there was
there's enough time.
some issues with when she proposed the event versus when the full application
Application
was
got in.
received. And then she decided she was gonna go ahead and move forward, because I think she was initially requesting a waiver of fees, that then would fall back on the city to pay for all the cost involved with law enforcement and whatnot. But I'm not sure what happened. I don't know. I was just advised by Miss Maria that she came in and she paid for the special event application herself.
Yeah, we received the application on 3/23. Is that when we received payment? Yeah, so that was on 3/23.
And do we,
No,
are-
this was just last week that she actually paid.
So the application says 3/23. When did we get the application? It wasn't on 3/23?
No, that's when I think she proposed the original one.
Okay,
Yes.
well, I'm not sure, but we did have some conversation when I don't want to quote, I don't like doing stuff like that, but, so we had a promotions meeting, and I think it was determined at that point that she would be doing something. It wouldn't be part of the city initiative like we've done in the past. And that may have to do something with the structure of the event.
okay, I just wanna make sure she has
Mayor
enough
Pro Tem.
time to get, I'm sorry, I was
Yeah,
still.
go ahead.
I just wanna make sure she's gonna have enough time to get it, into the city and enough, I just don't know if 2 weeks is what we usually do or not. I just wanna make sure we're fair across the board.
Typically, it's 30 days prior to an event that all fees have to be paid, and so we've waived that. Is it 30 days, Maria? Yeah, typically, any event, especially street closures, typically a little bit longer than that. So we're moving as quick as we can, based on when we receive the applicant. But typically, we require 30 days prior to payment. Even things that we have here, unless it's a repass and it has to be something suitable, no alcohol and a number of things like that during our working hours and stuff.
So we request 30 days, but we give them up to the Friday before.
Yes, because we know it's coming. Yeah, to complete an approval, because it's an approval process. So the day she comes in, I think I sign off on it first and then give it to Chief. Chief has to look at it and he may not be able to look at it that day. So it takes a couple days for him, then it has to come back to me, then it goes back to Maria. So we have like a little circuit, and it doesn't all happen like in one day. So that's why we say 30 days prior. But she'll know, did y'all tell her that she might have to pay for a police officer?
Yes, and
Okay.
so I think what happened is, in the years past, we have structured it a little differently, and then we found out that some things were not done in proper procedure. So we changed that up, and then I guess that's when she had the discussion in March, and then she waited until last week and decided she was just gonna go ahead and pay it. She didn't wanna wait on the approval or anything.
And again, this is not personal to B. Mari. She has been an excellent client and a tenant, but we found out some other things that weren't being consistent and fair. Let me just say that in regard to other events. We're constantly having event permits for wanting to close down a parking lot for a car show, something similar to that. And so we just believe that we have to just do it the same way across the board.
Thank you.
Thank y'all so very much. So, I forgot, was there a motion on the floor?
I think
Did we-
somebody else had
Madam
questions.
Clerk, I'm sorry,
have a
Councilwoman
motion.
Fox.
Yeah, I wanted to ask
I'm
if, Councilman Dixon, were you partnering with her on this to help
No.
Not as an official partner, but of course, always there and support 100%.
Okay.
And we'll send out a memo in regard to sponsorships and things like that and gratuitous, and I think y'all understand. So did we make a motion,
We
clerk?
have a motion by Councilmember Alfred Dixon, second by Cameron Dixon.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Thank you so very much. Next on the agenda?
Letter D, council to discuss and consider approval of a pavement condition survey.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
The pavement condition survey will provide an overview of the city's current roadway conditions. The survey will involve a pavement analysis to identify common pavement issues such as cracking, surface wear, potholes, and other signs. The result of the survey will help city staff to prioritize roadway improvements, assist with decision-making when allocating funds, and grant opportunities. By identifying maintenance needs early, the city can plan cost-effective repairs, extend the life of the existing pavement, and maintain safe and reliable streets. Currently in your packets, I have 3 quotes, one from RMT, second quote from RAS, and a third quote from IMS. The price range from $20,000 to $40,658. I'm happy to answer any
Mr. Hurt, what is your recommendation?
IMS.
What's the cost of IMS? This is my last one, I think.
Give me one moment.
Not Blackjack. I had it flagged earlier. I'm
It's like
sorry.
30,000,
How much?
$30,025, if I'm not mistaken.
That is correct.
You said 30?
$30,025.
Okay.
Now, I would like to also point out to
I
Mayor and
think we
Council-
might, maybe it's just me, but hold on a second. I'm in the, I don't see my tab for this.
It's an added, it got added in.
It got added, okay, that's why, I know I saw it earlier. Thank you, sorry. And Karen, we may have to talk about this. Mr. Hurd, what line item would this come from?
I spoke to finance director, and she, I'm not sure if you want to step up and kind of give a little bit more detail on that, if you don't mind.
My recommendation was to pull it from prior years since it was not an approved item before the budget was approved. So
And there
this-
was funding in prior year?
Yes. just-
Okay.
yes.
Would this be considered infrastructure, attorney? Could we look into that as well? Because I think one of our SPLOS allows for infrastructure.
Maybe.
Okay, so council, let me just say this, if approved, the first thing we always look into our SPLOS because we do have funding for that. But again, it has to be specifically done. If not, then Karen has found prior year spending that we could use for it. Mr. Cole?
Yes, ma'am. There's other payment funds that could be used for this as well, including LMIG or LRA funds based on what we've received.
Do we have those current funds in though? Because I know we want to move
We
forward.
would have to check.
Okay,
But it
we would check.
But it could be paid out of those funds.
Okay, perfect. And if all else fails, because we can go to previous year's spending.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Thank you so much. Council, I think this will answer a lot of questions. You know, Marcus typically goes around, looks at different things. Yeah, go ahead.
Excuse me, Mayor, thank you. I just wanted to point out the fact that this is just a pavement condition survey. If you look at IMS, and also it's the other 2 companies as well, but IMS gives a better breakdown. I think it's on page 5, where there are additional costs for things, striping, sidewalks. They can look at the condition of our signs, the sign supports, curbs, gutters, so there are additional costs. So this is just for the pavement condition itself, looking at potholes, cracks, things of that nature.
And I would like for us eventually to do a full all-encompassing, if that would please the council. Because what happens is when we have opportunity to apply for CDS or federal funding, to have a project-ready packet that says, we need this for this, really supports it. So it doesn't, like, whatever they give back to us clearly tells us what needs to be done, but it's also delineated based on sidewalks, so we'll know that this is what we need for sidewalks, this is what we need for signs, and then as we go after these grants, that particularly reflects infrastructure, then we have what we call a project-ready format. Tonight, we're asking for just the pavement, but I think overall, we should do all aspects, sidewalks, and what's the other one? Street signage. Street, and I know Mr. Cole, and signposts. So council, would you all, I would ask that you all entertain a motion to approve the pavement condition survey, but we will also go ahead and get a quote for the other two aspects to see if we can get a discount overall if we bundle it. But tonight, I would ask that we go ahead and approve what's the requested amount for IM? $30,000?
$30,025.
$30,025, and give us a little bit of time, and if we need to come back before you all with that full package, I think it's worth it while they're already here.
Mayor,
Yes.
can we, because I did see that he said for the addition for the pavement striping, as well as the sidewalk sign supports and trees, it would cost an additional $6,854.40. So the total cost could be $36,879.40. So can we look at adding that as well?
Did that include both of them? I'm sorry, I forgot about that. Did that include both of them? That include the sidewalks and the signs?
So on page, I can bring it up to you. I'm not sure if you see.
I see it 180, I see the 7,500. Well, I was
So
gonna.
you have the sidewalks, the signs. Now, what the sign supports are is the sign, the post that the signs sit on. I know we have a few of those damaged throughout the city, so that gives us a overview of all the signs that are posted in the city. Trees, I know in the past, I've received complaints from citizens of trees over sidewalks and things of that nature. So when they service in the roads, they can actually see the right-of-ways and the trees that's impeding into the right-of-ways. That's what the trees are. Then the striping and the marking points as
Okay.
well, as we spoke about last year.
Do you have a price for everything right now?
Yes, that's the 36,000 that.
Also, the
Councilwoman.
36 includes pavement,
Yes, yes, that's correct.
signs, and streets.
That's correct.
Okay, I'm sorry, I was confused. Okay. I'll entertain a motion for approval. As always, I'd like to add a 10% contingency on that, just because we've been utilizing it. So that would be the total of about $39,000.
So, man,
Second that motion.
Any discussion? All in
Mayor,
favor? I'm sorry,
I had a-
Mayor Pro Tem?
Okay, so the additional amount now to 39,000 with the additions of the striping and the poles, again, it's just them giving an assessment of what condition they're in. They're not doing anything to them, but this is for us to get a clear assessment of what condition all of these things are in.
That is correct.
Okay. And then, and I don't know if this is a question for us up here. If we approve this amount for the 39,000 and we decide not to go forward with this, what is the protocol for that to be communicated with council?
So we would have to, what mean, when you mean not go forward, you mean go
Like,
forward?
if we approve it and say, yep, we're gonna go ahead and say we spend the money, and then something happens and we decide not to go forward with this.
With this company?
Yeah, with this company or something that's a different amount, or we go forward and we decide we don't want to deal with them, what's the protocol for
Well-
that to be communicated to council?
So Marcus drives that. So once he has a company that he specifically is working at, that's why I put the contingency in there, which if he goes above that, then he has to come back before us. If he does not decide to go with this company, then we have one or two things. Y'all authorize that amount. I use his professional judgment for him to tell me why we're not going with this company and to pick the one that we decided that he prefers to go back to. If it's something that's gonna be over, then it has to come back before council. So basically, y'all are allocating $39,000 for IM. If something happens, and something does happen, like we'll talk to them and we'll find out that they won't be able to come see us for 60 days. And then I'll be like, Marcus, go back to the drawing board. And then we'll come back before council because it's another amount. But there are reasons that we don't go forward with a company. I don't think that's what, because one of the things I always ask Marcus is when can they get to us?
That's correct.
Because I don't want to approve something and then they put us on the back burner. And we've had that with a number of vendors all across all departments. So the priority is that they can get to us. And if they can't get to us, then I will tell Marcus, find us something else, because we approved the money and we're not going to wait 60 or some of this is not on us. We'll approve stuff and they wait to get to us. Like the perfect example, the tree sweeping. Street sweepers, like we might be coming to you all because it ain't working. It's not working. So I deferred that to Marcus's expertise to guide that and to make any changes. He'll speak with me about it. I'll kind of give him some timelines, and then he'll come back before me. If it's something that's going to be a physical impact, we'll come back before you.
Okay, so only if a change in the financial amount, because I don't want to come later and say, hey, Mr. Hurd, this street is still, do we have any information on the street? And he's like, well, we didn't do it, and I don't know for 2 months later that we didn't.
Yeah,
go through
okay.
them. So
Why
I-
you, amen, and we ain't never had a situation like, we've never had a situation like that. When y'all approve the money, we spend the money unless there's an interference with the company. Perfect example is the street sweepers. The streets have not been swept.
I was gonna ask that.
Yeah, but that's not on us. We've been pushing, they swept a street. It didn't look like they swept the street. So it's back on Marcus and his level of expertise. I think he's working with Blue and Chief. We're not going to accept subpar work. They can, and so, but again, I defer to Marcus and his expertise. And then when he comes back to something that is going to have a different physical impact, then I'll come back before you guys. But know that every time you all approve funding, we start spending. And Marcus, would you tell them that I require y'all?
Yes, ma'am.
The minute it's approved, they know within 7 days, I need to know where it's at, why I haven't signed the contract, but we're moving. So I don't want us to even portray to the public that we are approving things and not doing the work of what's being approved. I don't think there's any case that y'all approve something that we haven't made a purchase. But there could be a possibility that next week when you ask us about a street, or next month, that we say, yeah, we didn't move forward, and we'll be able to tell you why.
Okay, so there's no particular protocol unless the financials are different, or if we ask about it in the meeting, then we'll get explanation as to why it hasn't occurred.
Correct. And let me just say this. We can do it another way, but it really stifles our department heads, which is why sometimes I'll say approve up to a certain amount. That gives Marcus the autonomy to work with the other department heads if there's any changes that we need. I'm not a road survey payment condition person. So if Marcus comes back to me and says, Mayor, I wanted to go with IMC, but this is not happening. We got $39,000. I found another company that I'm satisfied with that can do the same for that same price. I'll authorize him to go ahead. If he's saying the other company wants to do it for $45,000 due to our procurement process, it's got to come back before you all. But I like to, and I've asked this on several times, can we approve up to a certain amount? And that way, if things changes, it's on Marcus and his department to determine what's best for the city. So would it be better for us to approve up to $39,000 for a pavement condition survey? I would entertain a motion for approval.
We in discussion, right?
Oh, we still in discussion? Oh, we did a motion? Okay, I'm sorry. All right, any further discussion?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
So I see that it's gonna take approximately 3 to 5 months, which I think is pretty good, since RAS is gonna take approximately 5 or 6 months. I did have a question, since we're going with the kind of maximum amount, the ADA compliance, and I think you answered this, but I just want to make sure. When it comes to and I don't know if we already do this at some, stoplights that we have, but the sound for the blind, is that in there as well?
No.
That's actually, can I speak to that? That's actually in our fiscal year 26 congressional funding. We have, Chief, I keep saying, you got the $3 million, don't you? All right, so we got $1.9 million for pedestrian improvement, so our ADA compliance is included in that.
Okay, thank you.
We're just waiting for the money to come down. But we may use a company like this as part of that funding to tell us exactly which intersections are appropriate for that. But I think we got like 1.8 million for that. Thank you, Chief. Chief got the 3 million. All right, there's a motion on the floor. It's been appropriately second. If there's no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you so much. Marcus, thank you so
Thank
much.
you, Mayor. Thank you,
Your
Council.
Honor, I think the calculations with the 10% comes out to about $40,568.
Okay, I calculated 39,000, but I think we just won't have 10%. We'll have 8% contingency.
Okay.
Yeah, we won't change the vote. I think that's enough too as well.
Did the vote approve with 10%, or do we need to go back and change the?
No, I did 39. The actual quote was 36. I put in 10% contingency. Well, which wasn't 10%, like 8.25. Thank you so
Okay.
much.
Economic Development Report by Director Cole.
Thank you so much, Mr. Cole. How you doing?
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Good to see y'all again tonight. Several things in the Economic Development Report tonight. You do have a packet in your books with this list that I'm going from, as well as a couple of handouts. First thing in the design phase, we have, in conjunction with Director Akuda, we are working on what we're calling a lookbook. It's a book that has pictures of the different types of housings that are housing types, architectural types that we allow in the city. We think that'll just make a simpler discussion and easier to relate what we're seeing in pictures versus 4 units per acre, 6 units per acre, 8 units per acre. It also simplifies the actual design and description of the houses because, again, it gives you an actual book to look at. In conjunction with that, one of Ms. Akuda's committees is also working on a color palette for the city based on historical, architecture, and then other design criteria that she's identified. We do have several updates for things that are in progress. The nuisance, blight, and abatement process, we continue to work through that. We have focused on a couple of properties in the city. We are getting ready to do the title search for those, but that remains in progress. The comprehensive plan, we will have our first steering committee meeting this week on the 16th, which is Thursday at 4. Very excited for that. At that time, we will come, or following that meeting, we will have other dates that we will be holding events, including, in addition to the ice cream social, which is happening next week, we will have events in May, June with the FIFA events, and then July with the July 2nd, and then a second steering committee meeting in August. I believe it's August the 10th, but give me a little bit of grace on those days because the steering committee may come back and actually want to realign that. On the organizational focus, we have had a lot of very productive meetings. In conditions with, in coordination with Clayton County Water and Sewer Authority and Department of Public Health, we have put together a loose work group on food and beverage establishments, namely restaurants. Jonesboro has a very high culinary bar, and in order to attract and identify restaurants, we want to make it easier for them to come to Jonesboro. So we're working with the state, county, and local planners to smooth out the process. One of the quickest things in economic development is time to market. The quicker we can get restaurants in, approved, and up and running, the better they're going to do. So that is the reason behind that. Next week, Georgia Soil and Water is going to have a soil and erosion class here at the City Center that was worked on by Mr. Walker, Ms. Akuda, and then Georgia Soil and Water. That is a state agency that does the soil and erosion reviews of all of our plans, and this class that they are teaching is going to improve the credentialing and certificates that some of our staff has. Another coordinated effort we have had is with C. Clayton. They would like to do some enhancements to our downtown involving some lighting on some trees. We're working out the details for that. But the biggest meeting that I want to tell you guys about, if you'll flip through your packet, you will see a letter from Dr. Reginald Turner, who is with Clayton State University, continuing and professional education. Last week, Faith and Ms. Francis and I went to a symposium on emotional intelligence. It was so I've gone through the training before. I have gone through it, and I knew how strong and powerful it can be. We had an invitation from Clayton State to come out to the event, and Faith was there, Ms. Francis, our court administrator, was there, and in talking with Dr. Turner, he said that this is something that we can come out and teach to you in Jonesboro. So we are working on a proposal with some dates and times for up to 30 seats to have an emotional intelligence class here in Jonesboro. We are working on the dates. We're narrowing it down now. We've got the MOU that we are working on. We've got a price for it. So hope to bring that back to you soon. Or do we want to go ahead and go into the proposal?
Well, the proposal is within my threshold of spending, so that's fine. But we will share the proposal with you as far as the outcomes and the outcomes, the learning outcomes, and all the rules. I would counsel, because there are 30 seats open, we would open this to I probably would require it of all department heads and key staff. But I think this is something that we haven't had a retreat, and I think this is something that council should commit to being a part of too. How long is the training? I forgot.
It's about 6 to 8 hours. It's one day, less than a day.
It's
so
one
about
day, so
6
council,
hours.
I would defer to you all on a day that we could all do it, and one option that we can also, one option we can talk about is also doing 2-3 hours so that people don't have to take off, but I do feel like this is something that council should commit to, and train alongside our staff.
And
I
so,
think, Councilwoman Kearney, did you have a question?
Yeah, Mayor, are we gonna talk about the dates and times later, or did you want our answers now?
No, we're gonna send it, we need to get
Yeah.
some availability from them first, and then we'll
Okay.
send it back to you guys, in a group and see which works out better for you.
all right. And so just for background information, emotional intelligence is one of those soft skills that has really started to develop over the last 5 to 10 years. And what it does is it teaches you a way to work with and inside of a conversation, whether it be a positive conversation or a negative conversation, to be able to understand yourself, understand how to communicate, and then understand how to read and listen and respond to the other person. It's invaluable. It's something that I have used my entire career. Some of it comes naturally, some of it has had to have been learned, but it's incredible. I will be more than happy to share some more information with you guys, but it's very beneficial. Okay. Some of the other discussions and what other things that are going on, we continue to have housing discussions with Develop Clayton. That is the new name and new branding for the Housing Authority of Clayton County. We have also been working with Aerotropolis. They help support the entire airport region for economic development. In working with them, they are going to become a key partner in advertising a lot of the spaces in Jonesboro that we have to develop and redevelop. They will also be a conduit from us to other partners and other groups that we need. For example, other nonprofits, other quasi-government agencies that are working and performing in this area. We also continue to work with a couple of Terra Boulevard work groups, one on signage, and then another with, there was a second Terra Boulevard group, wasn't it? The second one. Me too. However, we have several Terra Boulevard work groups that are hard at work now, and we'll bring you an update from them. Under the economic vitality, wanted to go ahead and give you guys an update. The business license process is ongoing. Business licenses are not due or late until after April 15th, so we're coming into our last week now. Through the year, we have had about 250 businesses that have completed their business license to date. We will just continue to follow up with those and work through them and bring them back up. And then that is all. Oh, and inside your handout, you will see some flyers. One I sent out digitally earlier was a number of chamber events. Aerotropolis is having a hiring fair May the 9th. We have flyers here at City Hall. Clayton State is also doing a STEAM camp later on this summer for children and for students. So if anybody has any students that would be interested in STEAM camp, please reach out. Please pass to them that flyer so that they can then see it and get registered.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilwoman Kearney.
Do you by any chance have a virtual,
Yes, ma'am, I can send it around to you.
okay, I was about to say, Mayor, I don't know if we could post this on our page, you think?
I
or
think
not?
it's already posted. You'll send
We
it to
can
Post.
find out.
Okay.
I know the summer camp one, so,
Okay. But
Thank
yes, ma'am,
you.
we can get that posted.
thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Okay, so the C. Clayton, no, I'm sorry, the Georgia Soil and Water class
Mhm.
is solely for staff?
I'm sorry.
It's just for staff?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Mhm.
Okay.
So it's actually one of their certifications. It is for their blue card, and that is where they learn the first, Derry, what is it, the first part of soil and erosion?
Yes, anyone that's reviewing plans or doing inspection.
I want a blue card.
Awesome, thank you. You know, I like to go to any classes.
No, no.
I'm a scholar all the time, so, all right, but if it's just for staff, I'll stay home.
Well, no, we might now, we can ask if you want to say.
She might can audit.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
Yeah.
Because I will
Probably
come,
fine.
okay?
Yeah.
Is that
Yeah.
right?
Okay, there you go.
Please send me the information.
And it's actually very interesting. You'll be surprised at how many ways that water can wear down dirt.
Oh, I definitely need to
Oh,
know
it's-
personal
yes.
reasons where I
That's
live,
science
yeah, so,
teacher.
yeah. And then can you give me a little bit more information on the Terra Boulevard work groups? I feel like I haven't necessarily heard that term
So,
often enough.
okay, so we have one that does wayfinding. We have another that is working on the LCI that was done back in 2024. So, and inside that Terra Boulevard LCI study is the Jonesboro's project was the Smith Street node connecting Terra Boulevard to the city center and Lee Street Park. So the LCI group is just looking at ways to implement it. We are listening in with the idea of if we were going to do a project, that would probably be one of the ones that we start with because it's already been planned, it's already has a lot of collateral there, and of course would come to council for review and input and approval. But it's just the steps that we are taking or getting ready to take to try to make those things happen.
Okay.
But if any time you want to come to it, I'll be more than happy to share the invite with you.
Okay, wonderful, thank you. And then my last question, as far as the, I know for the steering committee, there's supposed to be a big community outreach thing. And I know at one point, I believe, I may be incorrect, in the last meeting, we mentioned it may be being ice cream bingo social, but I know you just stated that we're gonna have a lot of, no, I misheard, okay.
No, they're fine. So we are gonna have the one big public event that's probably, that date is to be decided, but what we're gonna do is we're gonna have a table or handouts or something available at any event that we've got going on this summer. The ice cream social, FIFA, Juneteenth, 2nd of July 4th, any summer camps that we have, or any things that we have here, we will have a small, a table out, flyers, QR codes, the survey. But as far as the big one, where we put out the posters around the room and we put stickers on them, that we will decide in the meeting on the 16th. Yes, ma'am.
And I think, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I think you might have been confused. Well, I'm not sure, but originally the town hall meeting, that's what we were talking about, but they needed to push it back. So the town hall meeting that we had to save the date for, we were combining this because we could figure out we're bringing out the community, then the chances are to get more impact, we combine them together. But do it very strategically and seamlessly. So we are looking at some early April dates based on that, but we got just a little bit. So I think I had mentioned that to you. So that was the combined event. May. Thank you. He sent me some dates today, but we are looking at a Tuesday or a Thursday.
Yes, ma'am.
Mayor? All right, so did you have any updates on the vacant buildings, if they were?
Yes, ma'am.
And the mixed use information?
It looks like I got the unupdated one. So yes, the vacant building registry, we already have an ordinance for that. It is in place. However, it is not something that has been followed for, say, the last 6 months or so. So we do need to start that back up. I will say that I have been doing some surveys just around town. We have 3 bigger box stores that are vacant along Terra Boulevard that can be redeveloped. But in the downtown area, from, I don't know if this is all the way from Fifth Avenue down, but we've got 14 vacant buildings or vacant buildings in downtown. So identifying those, getting those, contacting the property owners, seeing where they are on getting it back up, seeing what they need help with, and then really find out their intents, because if they are unable to do something with it or don't want to, then we can connect them with other investors or folks that might be willing to. It's just, honestly, it's just getting a start, because if we don't know what's empty, we don't know what to fill. So.
And the same thing for the mixed use and shopping center redevelopment stuff?
Yes, ma'am. So the mixed use, we have several proposed projects around the city for potential mixed use developments. We also have 3 incoming housing developments with a 4th that is, we're still waiting on plans. So even though there's not a whole lot of spoken stuff about economic development stuff happening. A lot of it is because some of it is still up in the air. And a lot of it is we don't want to say anything too soon because it could either change the parameters on the ground or anything can shift at any given moment. So as soon as I say we got 300 townhomes coming, it's going to change and it'll be 100 duplexes or something like that. So even though we may not talk about it every single meeting, if you ever have any economic development questions, please pick up the phone and come by and see or ask, because there's a lot of stuff going on that it's easier to share in a one-on-one conversation than going into specific details in a public forum.
And we are making as many ways to put out the great things that economic development is doing to counteract any negative inputs or posts. So I also want to be clear, because I feel like sometimes when we get negative posts about economic development, it's not a true account of what's actually going on. So we have, Ross just came to our city. We're 2.8 square miles, 5,100 people. And Ross came. I also want to know, out of our larger chains, Aldi, CVS, Walgreens, and Lidl, 3 of those are their top grossing stores for this region. Why those things are not closing. Now, smaller businesses may come and go, but also through our SCEI grant that Faith is working on, our next rollout will support those small businesses to encourage them to stay. But we're a lot more limited in keeping small businesses open because they are from tax services to puppy things to car washes, so we can't always control. But we are, in regard to economic development, in a very healthy place. I would not want more, and Faith and Blue can attest, no more than the 3 developments that we got on the table.
Yeah, no,
You don't want everybody digging all around. So if you've been down to South Main down here, you can see that we've required them to landscape. I was happy to see that they've sodded and landscaped, so as they're building, it looks, but that's something that we required of them. We already have a plat down here. So in regard to economic development, I want to be very clear, and we will now have to come up with a campaign for our social media to combat the negativity that we're stagnant. We have had more progress in economic development post-COVID than many cities equivalent to ours. We opened up another liquor store. I'm not a proponent, but they're doing extremely well. We also have 3 private-owned businesses, LTI, BWI Industries, and there's one more that provides a significant tax-based revenue. So Boo, Faith, and Chief, and everybody that helps with economic development, we are doing great. And we will make an intentional social media campaign so that we are presenting the great things. And I feel like it has to be some education going on too. And I want to be clear, we don't need another development right now. We couldn't. I'm not finished. So we aren't. But I do want to acknowledge that, because sometimes it gets back to staff, and it's kind of disheartening. So I want to shift that and say that we're very good when it compares to other, but also ask Mr. Cole in the coming months if there is some type of assessment that we can pay for that gives us a grade in regard to economic development. I didn't think we had to do that because I just didn't want to spend that money, but it's out there to be spent. And so if we can look at that so that there's no argument and that we have a clear road to how we do so.
So one of the things that I have learned about economic development is you have to collect your dots before you can connect them. And that is both the traditional economic development model and even something that I'll be the first to admit that I have discovered since I have come here. Jonesboro is very unique in that we have the traditional highway corridor, but also your traditional downtown. And being able to have those side by side, literally side by side within a city, 6-7 miles from the world's busiest airport is incredible. So we may not be able to go out there and recruit the big job bringers or the big this or the big that, but we can go out there and recruit folks who want to take advantage of the airport, who wants to take advantage of our diversity, who wants to take advantage of our location. And then when we identify the spaces for them to go and then find the business that we want to go there, that's when we find success. When we get both of those to line up. You can have the space all day, but if you don't have anything to go in there, it doesn't do any good. You can have the best idea in the world, but you don't have anywhere to go, nothing happens. But when you put both of those together in one spot, that's what happens.
Right, I couldn't agree with you more.
Councilwoman Kearney?
Yeah,
Mayor.
Councilor. All right, I couldn't agree with you more, Mr. Cole. I will say, last Thursday, we hosted at Nouveau, WTS, or Women in Transit, mixer. And, it was mostly like, Clayton County, so I appreciate, I want to shout out Commissioner Reeves, who actually attended, as well as Mayor Flewellen of the city of Lovejoy. I know a lot of the mayors were gone at the Mayors Association conference. I don't know if I'm saying that right. But one thing I will say is when they were looking at our city, they were very impressed by the way it looks. It was very presentable. Of course, they loved our restaurant. And I will say the mayor she was almost jealous of like everything we have, and even just the layout. She's like, if I had this, you don't know what I would do. You know what I mean? So I really do appreciate that as well. I'm definitely all for this, and I can't wait for us to have more conversations, how I feel about transportation infrastructure. So
Absolutely. And to come back to the mayor's point just a second ago about collecting the dots before I connect them, I do have several software as a service packages that are sitting on my desk to bring to you guys. It's just not quite the right time yet. The amount is okay. I'm sure we can tweak it a little bit, but for the information they're going to give us, how they're going to give it to us, and the time frame, it's a really well designed, but we're just not quite there yet. Give us another 2 or 3 months, maybe, but we're getting there.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, so piggyback on the thank yous for hitting the ground running and being so amazing, and giving us such a detailed economic development report. I appreciate that. 3 things from me. One, as far as the nuisance and abatement and blighted properties, is there any way we can be looped in on the properties that we chose to, at least myself, because I went to the training, not saying that y'all don't care.
Oh, yeah.
But I have a vested
we can send it
interest.
to you.
And so if I could just be looped in on that. I was wondering if we had a registry for our local businesses. Someone came to me and mentioned the fact that we were looking to get the roof fixed. I believe it's on a Nouveau property, and they're like, we have a roofer in Jonesboro, and nobody even asked, or he doesn't know how to, make himself available. So I don't know if we have like a list of businesses that, we can let them know that we're looking for things in Jonesboro. I never want a Jonesboro business to feel like we're going outside of the city for something that they have 30 years doing. If they're licensed.
So honestly, it depends. What you're talking about is either a local bidder registry or a local bidder preference. There's a couple of different ways that you can attach that. The thing about it, a lot of times, especially with something as complex as Nouveau's roof, there's a lot of technical expertise that's required there that may not be located in Jonesboro. So that specific one may not be a good use case. But to answer your question, yes, we can develop a registry of businesses, and yes, we can connect them with other ways to engage with governments, not just the city of Jonesboro, but we've got a school system, we've got authorities, we've got cities, we've got other authorities, housing authorities, tourism authorities. So there's lots of other government procurement that can happen. So yes, we can do that. That would be under capacity building for businesses. It's just procurement. So yes, we can do that. It would be something separate that needs to be set up, but it's not impossible. We can certainly do it.
Can I add to that real quickly? And I feel like when stuff comes up, because we just can't regurgitate everything, and I don't know if Faith wants to speak to it. So the grant that we got from SCEI, the second phase of the grant, our business plan is to do just that. Do you want to speak to that, Faith? So our business plan talks about that. A lot of smaller cities, what they would do is defer to the qualifications and certifications for the county, because we don't have a procurement officer, and to maintain that registry, because what we don't want to do is have a registry and we haven't vetted in regard to standards of practice for each one. So our business plan eventually will get to that, because we have not had that. But I'll let Faith speak to that. I'm sorry, Blue.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So in discussion following the trip to Alabama, we did revisit our current business plan with our procurement consultant, and we're in discussions now about working with Clayton County, since they have an active registry, and we don't yet have the software or anything to actually house or, track those businesses that are to register. Because currently, if they go to register, it's no way to keep like a database. So when we do have people that are interested, it's no way to kind of connect them to what we're actively looking for. So that's kind of where we are with that as far as just establishing a system with them, since Clayton, you know, is local as well, and they have a bigger software platform.
And in the past, we've used them, so when we used our CDBG grant for home repairs, not to delay executing the funding, we went to the list of qualified providers through Clayton County. So the 4 vendors that we did use, the roofers, the AC, the plumbing, all came off of that list because they were already vetted and certified through their procurement process. Ideally, we would like to do it, but just the long-term scope of maintaining the software and the procurement, maybe next budget cycle we could, if that's something that you all would like. But as of now, we're creating a program and a plan that will rely heavily on the Clayton County.
And Maria has shared that we do have a vendor of interest capability within our website. We just need to learn more about that and work on it.
And then tie it with our consultant as like, what do we need from them? Like, you know, each one has a different certification that's required. But Clayton County has a very good one. They just had a class, and so we're hoping to model that or either utilize that and then just have supplemental questions for us.
Okay, can I?
And you had
Yes.
one more question?
I did, but then Faith jumped in, so now I have a part B before I finish my third one. And so what we're doing when you went back to revisit in Alabama, part of the new plan is to gather up our businesses that are able to do various things and talk to Clayton County to make sure that they're on the list and they're visible and that they're spoken for, that they're somewhere we can go to channel people to them.
Yes, and in addition to that, we want to develop them as well. So with our businesses, we want to make sure that they're equipped for the long haul. We want to make sure they know insurance requirements, just understanding how to truly set themselves up and establish themselves for longevity.
Okay, awesome, thank you. And then my last question was just about the Wingstop that's over there by the Little Caesars. I didn't know that was a thing until I saw the, I guess so, until I saw the sign. The Wingstop, the new chicken place, we were talking about all of the businesses, but that's a new business. It's a sign up, it's a green sign up. It's Little Caesars, the old carpet place, and then Wingstop sign. All right, put a pin in that, we'll bring that back.
That's awesome. So another thing that we would like to start doing is hosting and holding grand openings for businesses that, or at least offer that service as they open up, that we can host one. We do have a list of businesses. We have our occupational tax certificate list. We don't have one up to date for 26 because 26 we're not done yet, but we do have the list for 2025.
Okay.
So we do have a list.
Awesome. Thank you so much for answering all of my questions.
Council, y'all have any other questions on how well we're doing in economic development?
DDA doing?
Councilwoman Fox.
May I have an update on DDA? Have they received, last time I attended the meeting, I know that they were waiting on, you pretty much have a new board, so have they received their training?
No, ma'am, not yet.
Okay, when will they receive their training? Because I know they've been seated for a while now.
Well, so as soon as we can get some lined up and set up, I have put out inquiries to 3 different teachers, entities that would do the training, and I'm just waiting to get the results back from them.
Okay, and I know that there's still a position that needs to be filled. When are we looking to hear about candidates that can serve on the DDA? Is there, how many empty seats do you guys have now?
Just one.
Just one?
Just
Okay.
one.
Okay, when are we looking to get that filled?
We haven't posted for it yet.
Yes, ma'am, we haven't posted for it yet.
I know we did have some, last time we had extra people, and we stated that we would visit those applications.
And that's part of, I think, what we're waiting on is to figure out if we want to go back through the previous applications or come back and do a complete, reissue or put it back out there.
We'll put it back out there and keep those that are active and do like we did before, check in with them. Are you still interested? Since this seat actually ends in September.
Okay.
So we're waiting until September to go ahead and
That's
get
not
that
what I
seat
said.
filled?
I said
no,
this
ma'am.
seat ends in September.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
whoever comes on board, their tenure ends in September. So we may want to look at that because we can still maintain quorum. So we need to get the ones that are there trained first, but Blue and I will talk.
I think bringing on a new person now, since the other ones are not trained, would be a great opportunity, so you can get all of them trained at the same time.
We can
right?
certainly look at that.
Yeah.
We can look at it.
Okay.
All right. Anybody else that wants to talk about how
Can you
great
give us an
economic
update
development
on
is
that
doing?
next month, please?
Yes, ma'am,
Thank
absolutely.
you.
Anybody else want to talk about how great economic development is in the city of Jonesboro?
I had a question.
Councilman Fox, want to talk about? Okay. Yes.
Yeah, I had a question. This is in regards to, I guess, the focus groups. I'm gonna come back to that one. But the focus groups on Terra Boulevard, do you have any updates on the pedestrian hybrid beacons?
So I know that DOT has got the concrete work done. I don't know when the light poles are gonna be added. I have been working to get a DOT contact in the District 7 office. I've got some names, but I need to follow up on the phone calls. But I want to say the concrete work is done for both of them, because there's another one up on the north, up a little bit, and then one down here at the BRT.
Right.
It's in progress, but I don't have a date.
Okay.
Marcus, have you heard anything? Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Anybody else?
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
All right, next we'll have our financial report.
Good evening, council, mayor, council. You have your, the February report. It was probably on top of your, binder. Apologize for not having it out to you, earlier than tonight. I thought the city clerk had it, but just found out about 5 o'clock she didn't have it, so. So I know you probably haven't had a chance to look through the document, and basically, I was just thinking, I don't want to go page to page through the document, because I will say that now that this is February and we've closed February, some of these numbers may change because of the fact that we got to review a lot of these accounts to make sure, for one, revenue doesn't belong back in FY '25. Same thing with expenditures. We have to go through the accounts and look at any of the posting just to make sure that nothing is posted in '26 that should have been posted in '25. So that's just kind of put that out there. It may and it may not, but just be mindful of that. We will just kind of take a quick look at some of the revenue, which is on the 3rd page of the PowerPoint presentation, where we have taxes at 31%. Our license and permits are at 22%. And miscellaneous, of course, is at 19%. And then all the other ones you see there are at 11% as of February 28th. And on your next page, we have the revenue summary there. And so you'll see where we have the budget to actual. And so you'll see where the entire category of taxes actual has come in as of February is 1.8 million. So that's actually 30.95% of the budget so far. We'll take a look. We see miscellaneous had a budget of 118,700. We've collected 22,610. Of course, fines and forfeitures is another large one there. Budget at 1.7 million. With the city actually taking in 193,530. And going to the department expenditures, I'm gonna go over to the next page, which actually gives you the department budget to actuals. You'll see where the mayor council budget at 256,835. They've actually spent 22,059. General administration, you see that one is rather large because general administration does take care of quite a few bills for the entire city. So you see a budget of 2.2 million. We've actually spent 688,495. The next largest one will be, of course, police department budget of 3.6 million. The expenditures at 458,554. But of course, we're only 2 months into the fiscal year, so everybody's trending at a good place. You saw on the page before, I'll go back to where general administration is at 30%, but that's not bad there, because like I said, general administration does cover a lot of expenditures for the city. Everybody else is trending at a good pace there. And of course, the fund balance hasn't changed since January, because we haven't closed out FY 25 as a hard close just yet with an audited figure. So what you see there for fund balance is still just kind of projected at 1.7 million to be increased by, giving you a fund balance of 10.3 million. Then we have our other funds, which have hotel and motel. Of course, revenue has come in at $6,114. No expenditures have gone out as of February. SPLOS, we have revenue come in at $382,551. Expenditures going out at $786,163. And of course, we'll have more revenue that's going to post for between March and April. Then you have solid waste, with revenue in at $151,188, expenditures of only $18,998. And then you still have our cash accounts. You'll see where the general fund is sitting at $4.3 million, with Georgia Fund at $2.8. Municipal court is $3.4, and then SPLOS is at $1.1 million in the SPLOS cash account. And so that concludes my financial report for February 28, 2026.
Council, any questions? Thank you so much.
All right.
She'll have a SPLOS audit for us in May to close out our final SPLOS 21. At this time, I'll do report of City Council. Councilwoman Fox. Yeah, that's what's on here. We didn't change it. I mean, y'all want to? Yeah. Councilwoman Fox?
I wanted to give a special thank you to Ms. Tavisha Thomas for, she has taken flight with the community newsletter. You all should be, I believe, with the dates that that she was able to put together. The community should be receiving your newsletter hopefully by May, June-ish. Excellent job. Anybody who worked on it, thank you for all the hard work and just kind of working together and getting that back into the community. Every quarter, I choose a company to support, our business in the community to support. I identify a company that is assisting our community and sponsor them or partner with them through an event. The first quarter I did Swint's Feed and Supply Garden. I'm going to be partnering up with Uniform Beauty, so we have an event coming out next month in May, so look at my social media. I'll make an announcement prior to that. Just supporting the community, learning about, she specializes in uniform beauty, always looks beautiful when you see her, Chairwoman Tiara Turner. So I look forward to giving you guys more updates. So just appreciate the staff, appreciate the residents. Thank you all so much for your continued support, and I look forward to continuing to serve you.
Councilman Alfred Dixon?
Yes, just one.
Sorry.
So what?
I meant Don, I meant
Okay,
Cameron,
go ahead.
but go ahead. You got the mic, go ahead.
Okay, gotcha. Just wanted to say thanks everyone for joining us here and at home today. You know, really appreciate you all being civically engaged, taking advantage of public comment, and just using your voice. So I really appreciate that. The legislative session is over, and it was great to see everyone at the Capitol throughout this year. The work doesn't stop. Want to say thanks to everyone who showed up this past Thursday at Let's Roll. It was a super success. I want to thank Ms. Deborah, Mr. Richard, and DJ Yoga for everything that they continue to do for JYCG. Thanks to everyone who rolled up their sleeves this past Saturday and played in the dirt. Chief Cato, Sergeant Uppel, appreciate you all. Mr. Cole, appreciate you all. Mayor Sauter was out there holding it down for us. Appreciate you as well. We'll be back out there this Saturday morning trying to finish up the beds. So all hands on deck. If you can make it, please come. We're going to do 8 o'clock or 7 o'clock. The actual opener is not. Yeah, I know, but as far as the beds.
We're gonna try to get the beds done Friday.
Friday. Okay, awesome. Thank you. Gotcha.
For all of y'all.
Just also want to say, the Roberts Rule of Order Workshop is this Saturday at B. Marie's at 11 a.m. And the JYCG fundraiser is this Saturday as well at the VFW from 3 to 6 p.m. Just want to say thanks again, Ms. Arlene Charles, for helping our boat across on that. Thank you.
Councilman Cameron Dixon, did he say it all?
Yeah, he kind of did, but just want to say thank you all for being here today. Mr. Cole, thank you for your economic development report. I do want to say that, Mr. Hurd, good to see you, Ms. Faith, everybody. I do want to say that I do love the progress that the city is making. I want to give a shout out to Mr. Walker and Public Works Department when it comes to, the butterflies that you may see on our Lee Street Park bathroom doors. It's very beautiful, and that's pretty much all I got in my report. Oh, happy Easter. I hope you had a great Easter.
Councilwoman Kearney?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you all for showing up. Again, I just wanted to shout out the event that we had last Thursday. The mixer event went very well. I also wanted to thank Commissioner Davis for inviting me out to speak as a councilwoman in my official capacity at his town hall last Saturday. So it was good to talk to some constituents there. And just put out all the good work that we're doing here in Jonesboro with the police department, Public Works, and everybody who works here for the staff. I also want to shout out that we had a great event and we had a great showing at the Clayton County Chamber of Commerce Gala. So it was a lot of us that came out. I'm just saying everything that happened since the last meeting, as well as Clayton County Day at the Capitol. That was a lot of fun, and we definitely put out a lot of good information. I personally think we were the loudest city when they screamed us out. Y'all can see that on the Jonesboro Instagram page, as well as the State of the County. I think that was a really good event as well that Chairwoman Dr. Alikia Anderson put out. And of course, me and Councilman Dixon down there went to the newly elected training, and I think we learned a lot up there in Tifton, down there in Tifton. I forget, my geography was messed up a little bit. But other than that, I hope everybody had a happy Easter and gearing up for the summer. Next Sunday is going to be the Atlanta Streets Alive event that I had spoke about last week. So if y'all want to see the event that I do want to bring to Jonesboro as a Jonesboro Streets Alive, y'all can please go to that. It's going to be on Peachtree. I know it's a little bit out the way, but it's going to be a lot of fun. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, Ms. Miller. Still getting it right.
No, you're right. You're good. I just want to thank everybody for being here. Thank you for everybody who's watching online. I appreciate your commitment to the city of Jonesboro. Thank you to our staff, best staff in the land. No job is easy these days, but government has is a particular unicorn, and so I appreciate you for showing up every day. A few things I do want to I know Mayor's probably going to talk about it again, but our garden opener, April 18th from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Please come out if you like to play in the dirt or grow things. Feel free to come over to the box with Mayor Pro Tem Miller, because I don't know how to play in dirt very well. I'm not good at growing things, but I have a box, and so please help me if you are good at it. A few other things, I'm a educator by heart, and so I just want to let you all know that Clayton County Public Schools will be having a spring hiring event April 21st, 5:30 to 7:30. I want you guys to know that we are working on the water fountains in the park. I hear you all. We hear you all. It's being worked on. Even today, I bumped into our wonderful chief and our wonderful director of public works, and they were out doing the things to ensure that you guys are hydrated this summer. And so just know that you're not falling on deaf ears. Thank you to, I want to say the public sanitation for just coming. Thank you for coming, for showing up, being a part of the conversations. And look out for social media posts about a kid series for the summer. We're going to try to have some events for the summer for children here in the city of Jonesboro. So just be on the lookout for that. More details coming. I think that's it. Thank you guys again.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Council, for a great meeting. I do have some updates, just some more exciting news. This will be on our social media, but we were selected as the top 12 AMA cities to watch for environmental health. You all know that the mayor's motto is a cleaner, greener, safer Jonesboro. So we were Again, we're in the very beginning stages, but we were acknowledged up under the air quality for my efforts to try to get electric vehicles, but for planting additional trees and different things like that that enhance air quality. You all, we were in the same category as Little Rock, Arkansas, Haynesville, Louisiana, and Beverly Hills, Missouri. Also know that we're 5,600. All of them had like over 20,000, so that was huge. The other categories was extreme heat and lead service line replacement, and we'll work on that. Few other things coming up in April, Georgia Cities Week next week. Don't forget the ice cream social and our puppy date. We also have May as what month? Move with the, a little louder, Move with the Mayor. That is a national initiative by the National Institute to Prevent Cardiovascular and Stroke. Hopefully you all saw our live post. Stockbridge decided to challenge us. We lost the corn toss, so I'm creating me a team for my staff to go do some Move with the Mayor activities and hopefully to win. I'm not gonna call out my team yet, but trust me, it's coming. So that's Move with the Mayor. You'll see some other things. Every time that the mayor's out moving, you all will know so that y'all can come move with me. Have y'all seen the new electric sign, our new digital sign in front of Lee Street Park? Our SPLOS dollars at work. We already know that there's a small tweaking that has to occur, but we'll be posting that and eventually working with our business development department, i.e. Faith and Blue, to come up with some options for advertisement as additional revenue. I'm really excited about that. We just got back, Taylor and I, from AMA, the African American Mayors Association. It was a great conference. I learned about AI and a number of other things, so we were excited about that. May is Older Americans Month, and every year we celebrate our Older Americans Month. I'm one of those, so 55 and over. So we'll have our annual senior luncheon on May 1st, and then on May 2nd, we'll have Fitness in the Park over at Broad Street. Our events coming up for the summer, June 19th, July 2nd. Shout out to Dairy and the Beautification Committee. We got out there and had volunteers. I was hoping one of my volunteers would be here, but we planted the planters this year in order to, because they were charging us like $400 a planter. So we got out there and do it. We designed it with Marcus's help, and they look pretty good. So, and I forgot our volunteer's name, but we had some community-based volunteers that got out there and actually did that for us. Garden opener, you already talked about that. Business license. To your point, the water fountain, I spoke with Chief and Mr. Hurd, and it looks like we may invest in just some brand new water fountains. There are some post-COVID style water fountains, and so we're gonna look into those. I had the opportunity to to fill in for Marcus Hurd with the Public Works Department and spent 2 days with them cutting the cemetery. I hope they enjoyed it as much as I did, but I spent 2 days out there with the cemetery, and I just want to tell you, our guys from the Public Works Department are outstanding. And so when you hear me advocate for limited hours or not so much overtime, I know what it's like. I wasn't even pushing a lawnmower, and I was out there 2 hours telling them what to do, and I was exhausted. So when you hear me try to balance out the amount of work that they doing during our cut-in season months, sometimes I have to get there to feel it for myself. As Councilwoman Fox mentioned, our newsletter, shout out to Tavisa Thomas. She's working really hard on that. I had hoped to have more participation. We are trying to name the newsletter, so we're gonna probably put some stuff out on Facebook. Councilwoman Fox, the first, I'm gonna forward you the email because I know you're gonna think I'm not telling the truth, but she sent me a list. Did you get the list? She sent me the list of suggested newsletters, and the first thing was on there was Jonesboro Bridge. So we won't take your title, but we'll have something there about. So any feedback on what we're gonna name our newsletter, please let us know. That's all that I have. Thank you all so very much. Please follow us on Facebook. So Facebook, Instagram. Are we on Twitter, y'all? No, we're on LinkedIn? No. We are on LinkedIn. So follow us and call up to City Hall. And if you have any questions, concerns, or anything like that, let us know. Again, Council, I appreciate you for this evening. At this time, I will entertain a motion to go into executive session for the purposes of personnel matters and litigation.
So made.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We're now in executive session. Who we missing? We got a
Second.
quorum. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We're now back in regular session. Council, at this particular time, I'd like to entertain a motion for my nominee as city manager as Blue Cole, effective immediately, to sign, and to give me the authority to sign the executed contract as discussed in executive session for a salary of $140,000 with additional compensation of $600 for a car allowance. Can I get somebody?
So, Madam
Thank you.
Mayor, there was
Did I do
an
nothing?
increase in the salary after.
Oh, with an
90
increase to 160 after 60 days, 90 days.
So made.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Thank you so much. Blue Code, welcome officially to the family. Oh, I entertain a motion to adjourn, I'm sorry.
So made.
Oh, I'll entertain a motion to approve the executive session minutes.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Thank you so much. This time I entertain a motion to adjourn. Can I do that now? I just did. Yes. Gosh. So made. I got one. Got a second? Second. You ain't second and make it. Who made it? I thought you made it.
I thought I so made.
Okay.
Yeah, she seconded.
Second, okay. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Thank you. Have a good night.